to make sure that everyone can hear me. How's it going, everybody? Welcome in to this month's Colors of Conquest. So we are going to be painting the Scion of War and checking out the who won the Colors of Conquest for the month of May. So looking forward to that towards the end of the stream. How is everybody doing? Let's see. Get some of these paints together here. I think we're gonna go with. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, making sure that the chat is working. Oh, the chat doesn't seem to be working. Double check that real quick. Interesting. Ah, I see. I was confused for a moment. There it is. Now the chat's in here. Now we can get started. Okay. Hey, Dino Master, what's going on? And Von Gaia, good to see you. Mercurial Mark, as always, great to see you. Okay, so we got the Scion of War. The question is, what colors to paint it? Obviously, it's a little hard to see at the moment. I have it sub-assembled. Let me see if I can switch my camera just a little bit. There we go. So we have it sub-assembled. We have all of its pieces here ready to go. And its head right here. So we'll get all of those painted separately. Red Skin Wadroon. I dig it. Let's do that. Getting ready for a game with a close friend of mine, see if he's interested in Conquest. That's awesome. That is super cool to see getting some introducing Conquest to new friends. Well, old friends, but even still. All right. So I think, let's see. We'd start off with some darker tones just to get the base down. We can go with this. Do we want to go with that? We're going into red. It's going to be 1,000 points game of Wadroon versus Ironi. Ooh, very cool. That's when people join the game. Absolutely. I'm thinking we go with these kinds of reds, kind of a purplish red maybe, but we can work that up into some bright kind of colors for, because we can use the base of the purple to really work up. Well, he doesn't really have, he has a helmet on, so we aren't going to see like lips and whatnot, but we'll have like the corners of his elbows and toes and things like that. Let's see. But we could go with kind of the more orangey red or the more purpley red. I'm thinking the more purpley red might be the move, but maybe we do. You know, I think I know what we can do. Yeah, we'll go up into kind of a nice bright red, I think. And we can do, there's not a whole lot of cloth on him, but we can do some really cool kind of like greenish cloth that'll look really nice. And then how should we do the metallics? What do you think? He's got a lot of armor on, right? So what do you think about color for the metallics? Ooh, I think red's going to look really cool. It's going to give that like that red Hulk vibe. All right, we're going to start with kind of a deep purple first, though. I'm going to use African Shadow from Scale Color to get that first little layer in, I think. Let's see. Okay. So going into where all the skin bits are. Luckily, so one thing, I don't necessarily need to like paint every little tiny bit, right? Because there's a lot that's going to be covered. And obviously I missed some spraying there, but that's okay. I'm going to try the effect with cool lighting above and warm OSO below. That's a good one. You know what? Why don't we try to do that? I don't know how far we'll be able to get. We have a pretty long stream ahead, which is nice. But I want that to be a little darker, so we're going to add a little bit darkness to it. In fact, that's not quite as purple as I'd want it, actually. We're going to go with... No, it's a brown color. Where's a good solid purple that I have? Maybe you just work in this straight up violet a little bit into that skin color as well. I think would work somewhat well. Because we want this to be fairly dark. Let's try a little mix of that real quick. And I'll scooch these pieces over so we can see what we're mixing here. There you go. So we have that African shadow and then this purple. Just kind of makes it a little brighter. Not quite what I wanted. We can go with a good bit more of this green gray from scale color also to give a nice dark. There we go. Nice dark, but we want to make sure it's a little bit more on the purple side. I think this will work. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's going to work just fine. Okay, so. Yeah, that's a bit more of what I was thinking. So the reason we decided to do this sub-assembled is because it's going to be really easy to put together once it's done. And also, it'll let you get in to all these little crevices and stuff a lot easier. Like kind of the underside of this little... let's zoom in a little bit. The underside of in here, a lot easier without the little codpiece armor, I suppose. But let's see if we can maybe work in some of that warm lighting versus top cool lighting. It may not be terribly drastic, but I think we might be able to pull it off because I based this guy with what'll be fairly warm anyway, with kind of a desert theme going on here. And it was really, really simple basing. That'll hopefully look pretty good. I don't know if you can see it super well, but it's mostly just kind of sandy with some rocks and stuff in there. And if you want to really kind of make it pop as well, you can add some tufts a little later. If we can get that far, maybe we'll do that. We shall see how far we get. Is anybody else going to be playing any Conquest this weekend? I'm really excited. If you've been here before, or if you've been on my stream, I've talked about how I've been trying to work with my local game shop to start getting Conquest in. And I'm happy to say they finally did. Not quite what I would have suggested them to get. Just a bunch of random regiment boxes. I think some starter sets would have been a little better for folks trying to get into it, but hey Rosario, what's going on? Welcome in. If you guys don't follow Rosario, another awesome Twitch streamer and miniature painter, make sure to click their name and give them a follow. How are you doing this fine day? It's a nice weekend. Any product on the shelves is a win. Exactly, Mark. Exactly. So we got a little bit on the shelves, which is great. And they even, in the local game shop Discord, they started a Conquest specific section, which is really cool. So very, very happy about that. I've been posting in there quite a bit. Every Sunday we've been having a slow grow league. A bunch of us are new to the game. That's awesome. That's the way to do it, honestly. And I've told people for years the way to build, and unfortunately this has been something I've been lacking personally, in my local game shop, is the best way to do it is just hang out consistently, and just even if even if you don't have anything necessarily like planned, just having folks be there and available to talk about it and hang out, even if you're just sitting there painting by yourself. But as long as people know that they can show up and see some Conquest in action, that is going to be your best bet. Consistency is key. Even if it's just only like every other week, is the best way to get people around and involved. Do that at a time. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly that's always the hardest part, especially now that we're all adults and whatnot. I used to when I was a teenager, I used to work at the local game shop. Um, and so obviously I had a lot of time to just hang out and do stuff there, which worked out really well. Um, it particularly helps if you have someone who works for the shop that is interested in the game. They're usually much more apt to help out, obviously. But even if even if they aren't, that's okay. You can still just hang out at most local shops and just do paint days, do really anything. But if you can get like every other week or so, or something like that, and if they have like a calendar or something, that's even better. Schedule people in allowance 80% of how I built my local crew. We had 5 committed enough to drive 4 hours. Wow. To GT. What does GT stand for? I know that it's not. It's funny because I saw so many posts and stuff about it last week, and now that I'm like, I know of GT, I know like what it is. I just cannot remember what it actually stands for. Grand Tournament. Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to be sure. I didn't want to say the wrong thing. Rogue Trader Tournament versus Grand Tournament. Ah, I see. I see. 4 hours though. That's awesome. We have a few kind of gaming clubs like that here at my local store. Mostly for card games, but there's a pretty dedicated base of folks playing miniature games of various sorts. So the goal is just to try to work that up and get that going even better. Hey, Callus, good to see you. Also, do my Defruit Man? Jumi Defruit Man? Welcome, thank you for the follow. Hey, Callus, good to see you. Callus and I have been talking, and many other people, of course. I've been talking lots of awesome lore stuff in the Conquest Discord. So if you aren't in the Conquest Discord, I'm pretty sure there's a link in the in the uh, in this profile. But if not, we will get you one. All right, I'm just gonna paint the last little base part of his hand here, and then we can move on to doing some other parts. We've got lots of tiny little bits. I love the red I love the red orc suggestion, though. You don't see... That's one thing I love about Conquest, is there's no, like, these orcs must be green. I love the fact that there's so much more interpretation you can do with them. And I personally, I'm a big fan of, like, the orange orcs. When I did my Apex Predator, I had the matriarch on top, kind of an orange tan color. Okay, so we got the hand on the hammer. I think that's all the skin bits. Double check. Oh, actually, inside of here is skin. So a nice solid purple all around, in which we can build off our red. Oh, chat's going fast. Hold on. A local store, somewhat frequently, it's mostly card games, board games, and Warhammer. I'm seeing other tabletop games so far. Yeah, that's kind of the same as mine for the most part. There is some folks playing some other games as well. But it is mostly card games for sure. You convinced me to get the lore book. Looking forward to receiving it. My first minis are supposed to be here on Monday. My body is ready. Very nice. Very nice. Like, I think a lot to be a wide array of colors. Me too. Me too, honestly. Orcs being green isn't so much just a Warhammer thing. I feel like it's a fantasy cliche. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's in most fantasy settings, there's some variation of green. There's nothing wrong with that, but there's so much cooler stuff. It's it's fantasy. Let's be fantastical, I think. Okay. So now the question is, we have all these wraps on his legs, on his arms, things like that. So we can do some really cool greens for the tabard and whatnot. But do we want to go and do these kind of brighter greens for... Here we go. Yeah, probably this one, I think. Do we want to go with the green all over these little wraps and stuff, or do we want to keep them kind of on the spectrum of just kind of like normal wraps, you know, like just like kind of plain stuff? That is the question. Some either green, brown, or gray. Green's more of a dull than a bright green. Yeah, Lord of the Rings orcs kind of gray brown. That's true. That is true, and they are the OGs. All right, so we're just going with a really deep, dark green at the moment. But we will work this up into some brighter colors. Again, we have about 5-ish, well, technically more like 4-ish hours. So we're gonna try to go quick and try to make this look really nice. We're gonna basically be implementing what I like to call the 3-layer theory. The 3-layer theory is basically just shadows, midtones, highlights. It'll make an excellent looking mini. What brand of paints do you use? I use all brands of paints. I primarily use Scale 75 at the moment, and I've been dabbling in some Chimera. I've used a lot of Vallejo, a lot of Citadel. It really just kind of depends on the color and how the paint works. Although I'm very, very excited because I have a whole bunch of Army Painter coming in, and I'm particularly excited about that because I think the Army Painter does a good job of just kind of having some like great intro sets for a lot of folks to paint at a good price point. So I want to, and they're also fairly accessible. Typically, if you go to any shop and you see paints that are available. You'll typically see Citadel, but normally next up is going to be Army Painter. So I'm going to, I want to try to make, especially these streams for Colors of Conquest, be a bit more accessible for everybody. So I know Scale 75 is not the most, it has a little bit of a learning curve, as so some of the others do as well, because they don't act like most paints people would expect. Vallejo. Yep, you used a bit of Vallejo. Let's see. I think we'll do, for these pantaloons, we'll do the green also. But maybe the leg wraps and stuff will go. Actually, you know what? You know what? Full send. We're gonna do this. We're gonna go all the wraps and stuff, basically all the cloth except for like the clearly leather bits. They're gonna be green. We're gonna do it. Full send. Let's do this. That's exactly why I did not put the front little tabard thing on, so I can get up and under here pretty easily. I think this is going to be a good color combo. There we go. Make sure we get inside the armor plates where the cloth is. Hey, Gozu, Man in Orange rides again. How's it going? Going well. I am excited to I'm excited to be painting this because it's been a while since I've painted Wadroon. And I got some excellent color suggestions from folks in the chat, so that's going to be fun. Let's see. What other brands of paint would you recommend for someone who has only ever used Citadel? I suppose that kind of depends on what your goals are, if that makes sense. If you want to continue just, painting miniatures for like armies and stuff, and you don't want to necessarily fiddle about with kind of like more of the technical side of paints, right now I would recommend Vallejo or Army Painter outside of that. That being said, if you're looking to try to get more up into like display painting, I'd say Army Painter paints are very much getting there. I think. I think they've made a lot of very good moves in the past few years, and really kind of up their game in terms of their paint quality. Not to say that it was bad before or anything, but I think that they are definitely showing that they can be excellent paints to be used in more of a like display or competition painting scene, which is really nice. So definitely try those out. But also that's just anecdotal. Again, I haven't tried them yet, but we will be doing those and using those a lot here very soon. Because I want to be well informed on all the different kinds, But outside of that, I would recommend Scale Color or Chimera or AKs. Now, I've only tried a few AKs, but the ones I've tried are very, very nice. I've tried a good bit of Chimera. Chimera has a bit more of a learning curve, so I would not necessarily recommend that to go straight from Citadel. You will have to do some testing and kind of trying them out. But if you do, and you kind of learn how to use them a bit, I think you might really enjoy the results. Kind of same thing with Scale 75. Hey, this Mechanic Games. If you guys don't follow this Mechanic Games, please make sure to hit that profile button and give him a follow. Another awesome miniature painter here on Twitch. Has been painting tons of Dwayne recently. Okay, we're getting there. Okay, that's pretty good. Just a little bit more. We got to get the hand wraps. I think we're good. So I've been told I only sit on myself. I see Vallejo get recommended. Nice. I was going to check out the newer Conquest minis. You were showing on stream the other night. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if they're showing off lots of cool ones. The Jorogumo's out now. The new Dwayne Ancestors is up for pre-order. Super excited about those. I want to paint that Ancestor so bad. Actually, I wonder when it's coming in. Because maybe we could do that for Colors of Conquest 1 month. Let's see, July 31st. That's a little late, but maybe we can do the Ancestor for August. Maybe. Let's see. Wait, what month is it? No, we're not in July yet. Okay. I was about to be like, wait, did I just skip a month? Okay, here we go. But how are you doing, Mechanic? How's the Dwag home coming along? Yeah, I've in terms of getting some Conquest up and running at the local shop, I've realized one of the difficult parts about streaming and kind of doing content and things like that is it makes I have I stream twice a week on my own channel at Walter's Workshop. If you don't follow there, love to see you there. But doing that and other content and things does not make it easy, schedule wise, to go out to the game shop as frequently as I'd like. But I am resolved to start doing that a lot more. Especially now that the local shop is starting to get on the Conquest train. Trying to get up and underneath. Okay, so the other question, actually, I think we should probably go with mostly gold armor or bronze kind of situation. Maybe. All right, we need some more of that green though. What was the new faction launched? Next to some 100 Kingdoms. Doing pretty good. Nice. Yeah, the new faction, from what I understand, is going to be coming in like August, September. So it's going to be very exciting. Here we go. Okay, got those greens in there. It's very dark still, but that's okay. Actually, one thing I should probably start doing is just doing some like, I don't necessarily need to, and I don't think it's necessarily the best to encourage, but just for visibility's sake, it probably wouldn't hurt to do uh, some zenithal highlighting in the prime for everybody, just so you can see it a little better. Okay. So I think we'll definitely go silver on the hammer. That would just make a little bit more sense. So is everybody excited with the new Weavers announcement? I know that they have been a faction that I know of at least a dozen people or so that said, I will get Conquest when the Weavers come out. So I think they're going to see a big uptick in folks who are interested in trying to play the game. I myself said I was not going to get another army until the Weavers, and I was wrong because I did not expect the Euroni to come out. But I'm gonna stop at the Weavers until the Han come out. Likely until the Han come out, at least. We'll see. But hopefully, this time I'll have a little bit more time. Okay, so we need to do some gold. Actually, we should probably do some brown first. Some nice dark browns that we can work up into something a little nicer. Dryad bark. Let's get that rolling. Okay. lot of just brown leather straps and such. Okay, maybe we don't want to do the brown up there yet. We definitely want to put some brown on this, though. And then here in just a wee bit, we'll go into our 3-layer theory I was telling you earlier. Shadows, midtones, highlights, and you got a pretty looking army. Every time. So a tiny little bit of flash that escaped me. It's always the worst feeling is when you're in the middle of painting something and you realize after it's been mostly painted that you missed like a mold line or something like that, and it's like, oh no. Luckily, though, I found that if you're fairly careful, you can normally, unless the mold line is like particularly bad, if you're pretty careful, you can get through and pretty easily scrape off a mold line without affecting too much. All right, so on the shoulder pads, there's a whole bunch of skulls, so we're going to go ahead and just paint those in with a nice dark brown we can layer up here in a little bit. And kind of my goal in doing a lot of these, especially with like the 3-layer theory, is to just kind of ditch the contrast paints. I think there is, like any tool for miniature painting, there's a time and a place for everything. And if people want to just, do a nice bright prime and throw on some contrast, no problem. As long as you're happy with it, I think it's perfectly fine. And I think that there are ways to use contrast that will work really well for folks. But I think it can be, especially if you're not super familiar with painting in general, it can be a bit of a crutch. Because it'll get you kind of comfortable in this one situation and not really. It doesn't help you explore the medium, I suppose, is what I would say. There are ways to do that with contrast paints, but it's hard to do if you don't know where to go. Let's see. Thinking about the leather and cloth. Paint a few factions that use human skin for that purpose. In universe, I imagine individuals saying, really tie this together. Flayed skin. I'm sure that there would be some particularly brutal factions, especially upcoming, that would be very fine with that. Paint dinosaur is not unlike the one drawn. These contrasts are amazing. Yeah, absolutely. Sign of war. Hey, Edward. One of the mods I want to see you paint. Awesome. Best way to get stuff on the table fast. Hey, Brandon, good to see you. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of my thing is like if you're happy with the results of contrast, rock on. If you're trying to get stuff on the table very quickly, it's a great way to do it. Yeah, Kelty is gray for months. contrast for a couple hours a day, and I'm done. Nice. That's the way to be. Let's double check here. Excuse me. Okay, so we're going to be kind of going for a sandy tone on the base. So let's go ahead and get that rolling, I think. It's contrast for leathers and scales mostly. Honestly, I think that's a great purpose for it. Because the thing about contrast is it gets into those crevices really, really well, you know? So it makes sense. Gotta say the Bony Matter speed paint from Army Painter works so freaking well for our first run dress. Ooh, I bet. And skulls. I haven't tried their speed paints yet, but that will be changing very soon. Okay, Xandri dust we can likely use. That'll be good. Who knows? Maybe I'll use a contrast paint here for the base just to make things go kind of quick. Again, we are trying to no, we don't want things that golden, that red. Might go with these greenish metallics. That would be pretty cool. Nope, those aren't gonna work. Oh, that is not a good looking paint. It's looking rough. Well, the color I was going to do is not looking so hot at the moment. So brown. I don't want that brown. Oh, we'll go with this. This royal brown. We're going for kind of a deserty looking base, I think. It's a nice dark brown. Hopefully it won't get too bright. Again, this is the Chimera, so it's a little, can be a little finicky. I got this reddish tone to it though, which I like. There we go. Going fairly light on this because I want these mostly just to get inside the tiny little bits. So we got this royal brown, a little bit of dryad bark. It's a mixer. I've been told the real key to using Chimera paints well is mixing it with others. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, dryad bark and a wee bit of royal brown, making this kind of nice reddish looking brown. I think it'll be good for this kind of sandy base we're going for here. Kyle, so you mentioned that you ordered the lore book. Did you order the like the signed hardback copy? I was really, it was, there was a discussion in the Discord but how'd you get the lore book so quick? And you know, doing content for Parabellum, every once in a while I get just kind of a happy little surprise of stuff that they'll send out for me to show off on social platforms and things like that. And the lore book was one of them, so I had to jump on showing that off. I see a little piece of rock that I did not clip off. Get that fixed real quick. There we go. Too much soft cover? Understandable. Soft cover is really nice. You know what's really crazy? I was actually looking stuff up because I was talking to somebody. I guess it was in my stream the other day. And they mentioned that instead of seeing new factions, they would potentially like to just see all the factions like have everything available to them. And I think that the way to go is what we have going on right now, where we build up, introduce some new ones, give them enough to be able to play and be competitive, and then build them up from there. There's only one unit left for the spires that doesn't have a miniature, which is really interesting. I'm sure we'll see revamps and reworks and stuff a bit more. But okay, some nice dark brown for the base there. We're mostly just going to be doing some dry brushing and things like that to get that worked out. Methinks. All right, we should probably go in and do some... Oh, I almost missed little horns on this guy. But again, we're doing everything a little piecemeal just so we can make sure to get all in all the cracks and crannies. But we're also trying to get this jammed on very quickly. The goal is to have an excellent looking miniature in the allotted time that we have. Okay. So we got brown, we got the skulls. Double check this. Little piece of flash I missed. Okay, so I think we should be going for a gold color. So we're going to be doing red skin. So gold would be the primary thing. We'll likely do a similar kind of gold and silver that you see on the miniature itself that was painted up for Parabellum. We could do silver, but I don't think that's going to look quite as good with maybe just, yeah, I'm not sure it's going to look quite as good with the green and the red skin as kind of a more gold color. Could probably do some bits of silver and whatnot around though. Let's see here. You know what? Let's work up the skin a bit more. I think that'll help inform our decision. Okay, so we're going to be working it up into these three reds here. We got these deep red, We got this blood red, and then Antares will probably be our highlight, I think. Or maybe blood red will be our highlight. Somewhere in that general vicinity. Hey, Deb, some Necron gold? No, this is well, it's kind of similar. It is oh, yeah, you're right actually. Necro gold and Peridot alchemy for highlights. This is one of my favorite kind of, I wouldn't say best kept secrets. But the scale color paints are really nice golds because they're not warm golds, they're cool golds. And you don't see those very often in many miniature painting ranges, I think. Most people when they paint gold, they want this big, bright, warm, colors and things like that, which is fine. But I think you can do a little better. Ooh. How you doing, Deb? How's your weekend going? Got a darker blood or contrast I really wanted to use myself. Very nice. Okay, so like I mentioned earlier, we're going with that kind of 3-color theory. So we don't want to paint this red all the way into all the crevices. This is kind of our mid-tone though, so we can spread it around a bit more than others, but we do want to keep some of that purple still around. So I'm not quite doing a dry brush, but I am just kind of sweeping it across most of the tops of all these areas a bit, similar to dry brush. Freehand anything like some tribal markers or whatever? It'll depend on the time. I'd like to get this as done as possible on stream. I tend to take a little longer than most folks for certain things to paint, but I am trying because of these monthly streams, I am trying to do a lot better about painting things more accessibly. For folks. So I want to basically be like, here's what you can do in this amount of time. Easy peasy. If we get the time to do it, though, I'd absolutely be fine with doing some freehand stuff for sure. So faster than me. Well, time and practice, I guess, at this point. Let me double check here. Okay. Just need to see where I don't want to necessarily paint stuff that I don't need to paint, But we can see where it goes under there. Okay. And right now I'm just kind of mixing this red a little bit in with the purple we used for the base coat. That way we don't have it like... So it kind of is naturally progressing the colors a little bit. No hobbying, starting myself, avoiding the outdoors at all costs. A little too hot today. Little bit. Understandable. Yeah, I went out this morning just a little bit, and it sure was hot. So I'm apparently a glutton for punishment because I'm going to be going back out after this because I need to. I've been trying to keep my health up a little bit, so I've been doing some bike riding. Not super extensively. I'm definitely not like a super impassioned bike rider or anything, but just enough to kind of take me around the block and get the blood pumping a little bit. It is actually one of the things I recommend when it comes to painting also, but just whatever you're trying to do it to your temperament. If you can do it to your temperament and be happy and satisfied with it, then that's perfect. And that is how I treat most everything in my life. Um, my temperament is better for some things than others, but um, case in point, I can spend hours and hours and hours painting and be perfectly content and happy, or I could go on a bike ride for 20 minutes and or for a half hour and be bored out of my mind and want to stop. Luckily, I throw on some stuff to listen to. That helps. All right, we got some reds coming through there. Perfect. Have you ever done non-metallic metal painting? Oh, Calith, I mostly do non-metallic metal painting. Painting with metals, I almost only exclusively do for these streams. Not that I have anything against it. It's just I prefer non-metallic metals. Kind of case in point, last time we were on stream, we worked up this, which is still a work in progress, still not done, but we did some golds for the Doromaru Damashi last month. So we have a current feels like 101. Woo! It's funny how we don't like to exercise. Once you start doing it, it becomes almost addictive. See about that. I mean, there is science behind that. Exercise like releases endorphins and a whole bunch of chemical reactions in your body, and so on and so forth. I'm not a scientist. This is just from what I've heard, so don't take anything I say with any sort of legitimate fact. But from what I've heard, there's scientific reasons behind that. That being said, it is still not enough for me to want to do it. I must admit, I do feel better afterwards, which is part of the reason. And once you get to a certain point, also, it starts getting easier, which is the best part. When I first started biking, it was a little rough. I could barely bike anywhere. My legs were giving out all the time. I could hardly catch my breath. This was just about a year ago, also. I was not in good shape. But been basically, and during the winter I didn't bike quite as much just because it's cold. Even with winter gear and stuff that I had gotten, it was still just not ideal. But I would still basically, whenever I got a chance, I'd go out and bike. Just a quick little kind of half hour-ish of biking. Nothing too crazy, but enough for my temperament. And that's the same advice I give for painting. Paint to your temperament. Paint to where you are not pushing yourself too hard, but to where you will be happy and want to continue painting. That is the best advice I have ever gotten, I think, in my life from another phenomenal miniature painter. It was actually my very first miniature painting class that I got taught that. And I have used that same advice for well over a decade now. Okay. So we got a little bit of red working up on all of the skin bits. I'm going to switch to a smaller brush, and we will continue to do that. I think we're just going to go straight into the skin and try to get it as done as possible right off the bat. And then we can move into doing the metallics, I think. A second. Okay, there we go. All right, slightly smaller brush now. Perfect. This is a number 1 brush. And we're going to go right back in with that deep red from Scale Color. And I'm pretty much just going to do that straight. Now, you can blend this up more and more as you'd like, but for the purposes of this and trying to get some cool stuff done, we're just going to rock it. Pretty intense red right there. Again, now that we're kind of going up into more of these highlights, we don't want to paint all the way across. We don't want to fill up the entire area. We want to keep in mind where the shadows are, where the lights are a little bit. This is for tabletop, so we don't have to worry too much about the lighting, but you want that contrast between the crevices and the highlights at the very least. That is what's going to make your miniature pop across the table. And is another bit of advice that I was given, which makes a lot of sense in the early days when I first started painting, is that putting contrast into your miniatures seems counterintuitive to making it look realistic. But because they are so small, especially you're going to be looking at these from about 3 feet away on average, pushing that contrast will make them look better. Even if it doesn't look natural, even if it doesn't look realistic when you're sitting there and painting it. Just check it out, take a look at it, take a few steps back. That is really going to up how you feel about it. So you can see I'm just painting this kind of like muscle right here and this muscle right here. I'm not going super deep into that crevice there. Okay. All right, which one of you goes on this arm here? Is it you? Yeah, it is. Okay. So now I'm just using this to kind of frame where, so I missed a whole bunch of muscle right there that needs a bit of brightening up. Also down here. Has it been said yet what those fanny type things are? Well, the fanny is right there. These little bits, I think they're just decoration. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I've not confirmed. I think they are just a decoration. I don't think there's anything in like particular that they do aside from just be make him look bigger than he already is, which already looks like a monster. Here we go. All right. Definitely getting some Red Hulk vibes going on here, which I'm all for it. This was a fun choice. I appreciate you all suggesting it. Oop. Called an armor crest type of ornamentation. You should note rank status. Intimidation, etc. Yeah. Well, normally most of the crests you see are done with like a fur or something like that, but makes total sense that there would be a metallic one. Okay. Gotta get them little pitties. All right. Here we go. Not too shabby. Make sure we got these on. They look okay. Okay, definitely see some spots that we can get still. Ah, I almost missed the back leg here. Maybe it's Kabuto. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah, the Kabuto makes total sense. Cool. Okay, and the fingies. All right. Very cool. Very good so far. Now we can go up yet another step. Let's see if we can make this a little brighter. Yeah, I think that does help. All right, it's been a little dark this whole time. Okay, now we got this blood red. We're going to start getting into some details here. Just trying to go across these veins and stuff, but not actually getting on the insides of them. Because we don't want those highlights to accidentally disappear. Being momentarily threatened by Zephyr's fury, but the Galileo thermometer. I don't think I'm familiar with what that is. Class 2 fluid balls. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, hopefully it remains safe, though it seems unlikely considering cats. Didn't break and leak at first, so I'm calling it. Yeah, that honestly, fair enough. Okay. So again, trying not to get too close on the darker parts and the crevices. This is one of our brighter colors that we're going to be using. We're just trying to go on to where like the highlights would be. Okay. Again, where the muscles rise is ideal. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Is that your phone buzzing? I don't. Maybe? Huh. I suppose so. I'm afraid that I picked that up. It was on the other side of the table. My microphone's over here. I was like, I need to also fix my camera. There we go. That's strange. I didn't even hear that. The filter must be off. Okay. And get some nice little muscles in there. You know, it's going to be sure to be engrossed in your task. That is also true. That is not uncommon for this. Oh, true. Vibrations going through the desk. That makes sense. It is a big L-shaped desk, after all. Again, just trying to get where the light's going to focus the most. And again, it may look unrealistic when you're doing it. That's the one thing I always have to remind myself is like, if you think you've gotten enough contrast, you don't, and push it more until it looks like you've gone way too far, and then it'll look good. I have to remind myself of that constantly. So Colors of Conquest, how does it work with timing of submissions? Example, I entered last month. Since I've been working on other projects, can I enter something new every month? Regardless of how I've been working on it. Yeah, it only and I don't choose the winners, but I'm just the announcer. But whenever it's posted online, that is the month that it will count for. Like when you have the finished piece, and you post like all the stuff that we're going to show off today, was posted in the month of May. Everything will show off next month will have been posted this month, so on and so forth. It's just a pretty face. Well, I don't know about that, but we've been doing this Colors of Conquest stream for a while now, and it's been actually, I think we've been doing it for a year now. I'll have to double check that. I think we may have been doing it for a year now, which is really cool. But when we first started doing it, we didn't do the announcements and whatnot, but I basically pitched it to him. I was like, you know, it'd be really cool if we also just announced who the Colors of Conquest winners were. I think that'd be a lot of fun and add a little bit of spice to the stream and give people another reason to watch, since we're only doing them so limited. That's totally based on my schedule from what they told me they would love to have me do more. really works out just kind of best for everybody to do it once a month. There we go. We're getting some solid red skin in there for sure. Looking pretty good. Just gotta do a few little fixes here and there that I'm noticing. Okay. So I need to double check the positioning of this. Oh no. I messed up, didn't I? Oh no, it'll work. Okay. There we go. Now it's fitting. Cool. All right. So I just wanted to check out where that goes. Make sure that's good to go. Make sure we get those last bits of skin in there. And I think we'll do one more brighter highlight, this Aldebaran red. Ooh, that was a little bit more paint than I wanted to put on the palette, but that's okay. All right, now we're going to go with a slightly more detailed brush. Not too crazy detailed because we're not going that far in depth with a lot of it. But we're really just going to get some of these veins in here a little bit more. And really just kind of where a lot of these kind of highlights are going to be. Just to really stick it out here. Make these veins pop really, really well. Okay. Put just a tiny bit up here. Excited to hear the Weaver Quartz. I have been waiting for the Weaver Quartz for literal years. So I think, especially in the kind of the description of how they play, I'm going to be terrible with them, but I'm going to love every second of it. But yeah, for those who don't know, way back in the day, um, when I was a wee lad, the thing that really got me into miniature painting was seeing some wood elves out on the shelf. Um, it's the first miniatures that I bought myself, and really just kind of solidified me wanting to continue to do it. And ever since then, I've been like, I knew about them before I knew about Lord of the Rings elves. Um, and it wasn't until, I guess, somewhat embarrassing. I didn't know what Lord of the Rings was until I read about it in a White Dwarf, and then I went and read all the books and then saw the movies. It's because you're young and true, trying at least. Comparatively, yeah. I mean, comparatively to like my dad, for example, who is in his 80s. Apparently, for this whole broad, I don't know about that. Hey, Ian, good to see you. If you guys don't follow Ian Aster Art, please make sure click on that username and give them a follow. Another awesome artist here on Twitch. Are you excited for the Weaver Quartz as well, Ian? because this guy is. All right, so we got some good contrast going on between some of these arm, leg pieces and whatnot. We're starting to get there. I don't know that we'll get too much farther than that. Pretty solid overall. Not too bad. I'm very particularly happy with how this turned out. It's a nice contrast going on between there. Watch, with my luck, I probably just covered up most of what I need to do for it, but it's just part of my heritage. That's fair. Oh, cool. No, I didn't cover it all up. Sweet. That's looking pretty good. We've definitely missed some spots and whatnot, but we're getting the most of it, which is good. Yeah, I really like. I need to go back in to the lore book. It happens to be sitting right here, and read a bit more in depth on the Weavers, because I know they have the 4 courts of the winter, or I guess I'm going backwards now. Winter, autumn, fall, summer, and spring. But I'm interested to see how all that goes. All right. So I think we're going to call it there for now on the skin. Next, we'll need to do the green cloth. That's all around. And then we'll get into the metallics. And then after that, it's just details and we're done. Pretty easy. But it's been about 2 hours-ish. So I think we'll take just a wee little break. And be back here in just about 3 minutes or so. But now's the perfect time to go up and get a drink, grab a snack, anything that you need. Bio break, all of that. And we will be back here in just a few minutes. So, BRB. And we're back. Had a good game, First Blood with Mark last night. I'm playing 500 points because it feels like more like a skirmish dash. Nice. That'd be interesting to try out. I haven't done First Blood yet. But my local shop has been talking about trying to do some First Blood matches to kind of get everybody acquainted and all. So I think that's a phenomenal idea. So going into these greens, we're gonna go with this Warpstone Glow, and we're actually gonna use kind of a smaller brush because there's a lot more details on all these cloth wraps and such. But we are gonna mix it a little bit with the scale color green gray. Not a ton, just a little bit. Ooh, that might have been no. Yeah, that'll be good. Like 2 parts Warpstone and 1 part green gray. Love the Warpstone Glow. Using paint drugs. Vials on my Empress children. Nice. It might still be a little too much, but that's okay. We'll go with it. What we're gonna want to do is hit the tops, and wherever the light's gonna go. Just like we were doing with the muscles. But we're also going to make sure we get the edges highlighted as well. There we go. Get those edges. Definitely where it stays on top there. I try to put there actually maybe good listens a whole bunch of jokes though. And to be perfectly honest, I am not a competitive person. Like, obviously, it's fun to win. I'm not a competitive person in the least. I'm not the most rules savvy. So I just kind of put the stuff I like on the battlefield for the most part and run it from there. Which means I do not win a lot of games. If you saw, case in point, if you saw me play on Tabletop, those guys play all the time, and they are much more strategically minded than I. All right, remember, definitely want to make sure we get the edges and where the color is going to stick out the most, but not going into the crevices. That's most of the games I play. I have 1,000 point annoying lists. I want to run soon. All puppered. Nice. I do pay attention though to like what are some good competitive lists, and like when folks win tournaments and stuff, I'm always interested to see like what they ran. But it's one of those things where you can run the exact same list as someone else, but unless you have a lot of experience with it and what to do with that list in certain scenarios, you're not going to get the same result, obviously. So I try to make some somewhat competitive lists, just so I'm not a complete pushover. Though again, Tycho just destroyed me. It was actually funny too, because in the early game for that, for the play on tabletop feature that I did, I was doing pretty well. Like the rolls I needed were going how I wanted and all that stuff. I was like, wow, this is actually, I might actually have a fighting chance. And then for some reason, towards the end, just all my rolls were just completely going the opposite of what I needed. All right, I need a little bit more of that. Okay, just hitting the top areas, really? Oh, gonna need some more. Warlord at 2, Feral. Warlord with 2 Feral Werewolves. Rest are individual models. 3 Werewolves, 4 Fenrir, 8 activations on my workout. Just is fairly easy to kill. Huh. That'd be a fun list to try out, though. I just realized, oh, only regiment that list that can score zones is the character. Yeah, that might be a little bit of an issue. Now we're gonna go with this moot green, which is very, very bright. But I'm gonna try to temper it down a little bit. It's also very. I have not mixed this again. I don't use Citadel quite as often as I probably should. Hmm. Yeah, a smaller brush. We get a 2v2 though. Oh, that's true. Yeah. I didn't think about that, but yeah, if you find someone else to jam with, you could concentrate on doing the one thing, and they can concentrate on taking the objectives and such. Hmm. Really shouldn't be the end all be all of list. Skill is a factor. Well, that's just took place on paper list that's pretty mid, undefeated. Yeah, it's always going to come down to knowing the game, knowing your list, and honestly, a good bit of knowing your opponent's lists as well. If you have knowledge, is going to help you in games always much more than most anything else. You know, there are going to be times in many games where there's going to be a list that is just ready for yours. But that's part of that's part of the whole thing with balance, right? And one of the things I love about Conquest is they are very active about making sure their game is kind of fair and balanced. It's okay to not be good at strategy and to make silly lists as long as you are having fun. Now we have just in kind of the top area here. And again, just kind of trying to get those lines just so we can see where all these highlighted areas are. Okay, pretty good so far. It's also a dice game. True enough. There's going to be some games where you have exactly what you need to know happens. They play right into your trap every time, but the dice are just going to be like, nah. Not super worried about the underneath of this this little back part here, but because people are not really going to be able to see it much, so that's okay. I'd rather be outplayed than lose player because the dice say not. Yeah, I think that's I think a lot of people feel the same way. It's almost a little more frustrating when the dice are just against you in a game. Red and green is always a hard choice to go for. True. Well, the goal here is, and what I'll likely do for this one, because I don't want it to just be a straight standard green. I want it to be kind of almost a more purplish green. So I'm gonna, this highlight is a fairly standard green, so what I'm gonna likely need to go back and do is just kind of work up the contrast a little bit more, make sure it's solid. So, plus there's gonna be a lot of gold on here, and that's really gonna make everything kind of pop off pretty well. But I want to get this at least to a point where it'll look pretty good. We can be satisfied for today. I might do some touch-ups. If it calls for it before we get it posted, but that is always kind of the hard thing to disassociate from is the Christmas color scheme. But the reason the Christmas color scheme works so well is because red and green are great colors that complement each other very well. It's kind of like red and yellow. Red and yellow do a very good job of that too. Or one of my favorite examples is orange and blue. Orange and blue go together very, very well. And you can tell because those colors are used in almost every, especially in the early thousands, they're used in almost every single movie poster you would ever see. That's pretty good. Santa sleighs. True. I suppose. Okay. Yeah, if we work back in the purple a bit, these are pretty good highlights, but if we work back in the purple a bit, I think it'll really make it so everything will look pretty good. All right, but now we get to move on to something a little different, because I think we're pretty solid on the greens and such, and the reds. Had to help my elderly back out the stairs, so I'm back now. Well, no worries. Welcome back. Now we need to work up some metallics. So I'm gonna go with this Necro Gold for the most. Oh, cat. I see. I was like, I'm not sure if ACT is a term for a family member that I wasn't aware of, so I was just gonna let it ride. All right, don't need a brush quite that big. I can use this one. Okay, now we're just gonna spread a bunch of this gold all over. Since this is going to be kind of the base color gold, we can be a little thicker with it too, which is nice. We're just going for coverage. I'm not too worried about getting the gold on other plates and other sections quite yet. That's one of the reasons why we didn't paint them. Yes, necro gold. There are some excellent other golds out there if you're looking for a more warm tone. But necro gold is going to be the one we go for this one, because we already have plenty of warm tone coming out in the skin. I suppose it's not warm tone, but the red is a warmer color, I should say, to be more accurate. I'm going to try to be careful, though, around some of the areas of the gold touches that I have painted. Because I don't want those to touch and get messed up. Okay. Make sure we get the back sides of all the panels and stuff, too. Oop, I actually got a little bit of gold where I didn't want it to, but that's okay. We'll go back over and fix that. Okay. Now on to the big part. Again, trying to be careful on the areas that have been painted. I think that's really cool with this Necro Gold too, because it's kind of cooler. It doesn't look terrible, just kind of dry brushing it a bit over black. Whereas normally, if I were going to do that, I would try to go for, with another type of gold. I would instead try to go for like um, a brown tone or a red underneath. So we're not doing dry brushing here, but well, we are kind of doing a little dry brushing. You know what I completely forgot to do though? I forgot to paint his neck red. Because that's his neck in there. Completely forgot to do that part. But that's okay. Nice shiny gold. Now we get to do actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and just do some dry brushing on this. Why don't we? Sounds like it'll be fun. And get my smallest little dry brush out here. Just tap it around, wipe it off just a little bit. And I'm keeping this fairly wet still. Oop. You can also kind of dab it on like that a little bit, and that sometimes does really well. What I forgot to do is spray the back of this. That'll prove to be a little bit of an issue, but we can fix that. Some of the areas in the back didn't get quite This is exactly how I imagine him looking. Good. I'm glad. Okay, just a little bit of that gold going around. Perfect. There we are. We're getting there. Whoop. I think we'll still do silver for the uh wing bits. There we go. Just dry brushing it a little bit gives us nice little kind of shadow shade looking thing going on here. Just kind of naturally, which is really, really nice. Okay. Go and make sure we get all the different sides and all. Okay. Very nice. There we go. Dry brushing works so many wonders. Excellent way to get some really nice depth on your metallics. So it's essentially kind of a gradient of sorts. I did miss some of the underneath areas. So I'm just going to go ahead and just paint those pretty much completely with this gold. And go back in, darken them up a little bit, but putting this on in the meantime will help. There we go. Getting there pretty well. That's most of what we need to do for the gold right now. I'm going to go ahead and go back in, though, and work up these reds, because I forgot to get his neck. I'm not going to be able to see most of it, thankfully. But just in case. Okay, not too shabby. The other thing you can also do is go in with a ink or something like a Nuln oil or something like that, and like a wash, and those will work really well um, if you're trying to get that depth in there uh, without. I'm looking for. I'd like to show you how exactly that's done. Maybe it's back in here. I have paints all over the place. Suppose not. Just in case. But we do want to go with a silver. We're going to essentially kind of keep the same color for the frills, I think. But maybe we'll do a silver, but kind of tint them a little bit more. I think might be the play. Tint them in a bit of a green. First, we'll put a nice little silver base on there. A darker silver. This is the good old lead belcher. Okay. Now we gotta get the big frills. Oops, I missed a spot in the dry brushing. Oh, I missed 2 spots. Whoops. There's a one thing to remember when you're dry brushing. It goes very fast. It makes you think you're getting a lot more done than you are. You might miss some spots. But that's okay. We're just going to go right in. So we can go back in and dry brush that gold again. Make sure we get all these as well. Making sure to get those areas nice and dark so we can get that paint over top of it well enough. Actually, I'm kind of liking this. Kind of an accidental gradient almost. Huh, I'm kind of digging that actually. We're going to roll with it. It'll be kind of neat. See what happens with that. Happy accidents indeed. I'm just using this green gray. I was just thinking I would just use it just to go back in and just put some darkness in there, but it's kind of making this nice little kind of greenish tint on the silver. And especially in the bottom parts of the crevices, it's kind of making a neat little contrast going on there. So I'm just keep rolling with it and see what happens. Pretty cool, I think. Yeah, I'm digging this. Cool. All right, so I need to go back in. Put the silver and hit it all. Okay, I'm gonna need that to dry before I get back to that. Yeah, it's looking pretty neat. Happy accident indeed. All right. Going with the silver hammer. I guess we can call this guy Maxwell. Haha. Beatles joke. We're not doing the dry brushing for this. Though you still could. Because we'll go back in and get that colored well enough. I'm going to try just going over these line parts here. I think that'll look pretty cool. I think I'm right. At least I think they're pretty cool looking. Very neat. Okay. Okay. Let's see what we got now. Put some more. So we're on these little bulbs here. We need to do a little bit more of that dry brushing on the gold because we missed some spots. Go ahead and do that real quick. Go. Oh. I have to go back in with the detail brush in order to get some of these crossover areas where the silver went. I didn't want it to go. There we go. Okay. It is almost 4 o'clock, so we're almost there. The one thing I do need to do, I need to paint the back of this. This is why you always want to prime, also. You see how the paint's not sticking super well. It's kind of not looking particularly great. Thankfully, I'm not super worried about that, because this is going to be the back of the thing. And also underneath his legs. And I'm going to be painting on top of this. So I'm kind of treating this as a little bit of a primer. Awesome. Ooh. Another part I just noticed I need some silver. The handle. Oh, actually. Kind of looks like it might be wood, as a matter of fact. So never mind on that front. I'm going to do the dry brush gold on the knob. Then we'll paint that in a wood style. Okay, sweet. I'll just kind of show you about where we're at. Looking pretty good there. All right. It's looking pretty intense. Oop, especially when his head falls off. Okay. Let's see. It's been about an hour. Okay. Just double checking my time. Now we want to do some highlights on the gold. Ugh. And on the silver. And maybe a wash. But the other thing to remember is to get up and walk around, make sure your back doesn't hurt, things like that. I've been holding in this one particular position. My arm is getting a little cramped up, so I'm gonna take just a few minutes for a little break to get up and stretch, make sure, because I can often get into the point where I accidentally go too long and don't realize until afterwards, because I get wrapped up in painting. So we're gonna take just a very quick break, and we'll be back to work on the highlights for the gold and the silver, and then hopefully we can finish up some of the bone effects, and then some of the details and stuff. So we're getting pretty close, pretty quick. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. All right, I think we're about back. Here we go. All right, got up, stretched a bit, and also collected some of the other paints that I need. So it worked out perfectly. So we are going to do, I'm going to do something a little cheeky. I'm going to go with this Null Oil shade over a good bit of some of this, as well as I'm going to also mix in a little bit of Contrast Creed Camo, which is kind of a greenish color. You can see fairly dark green in there, maybe. Make sure to mix them up very, very good. And the reason I'm going to mix that in is because I want this all to kind of have that like greenish tint to it, just a little bit. I think it's going to look really good on some of the parts, but it's going to hopefully work really well mixing in together. Just a teeny bit of the contrast there on the palette, and then a good bit of the Null Oil. Ooh, wow, the contrast goes a long way. So we're going to go mostly Null Oil instead. Just a teeny bit of the green. And we're especially going to do that on the silver. That'll help the silver get a nice little shade to it. Show this off right here. There we go. And don't be too afraid to let it pool up a bit. Normally, with most paints, I would not want things to pool up too much in one area, but this actually works pretty well if it does pool up a little bit. Because that's where it's going to give you that shade effect. Especially around some of these knots and scratches and things. So it's really going to help get in the crevices where the lines and such will be. There we go. So you can see some nice little effects in there. Need some more of that Null Oil. Okay, that's fairly wet, so I'm going to set it in a place where it'll dry and not get touched, which will be good. Okay, I'm sweeping in a downward motion in order to get most of it to pool up in the crevices down here in the bottom. That is fairly important. If you just slap it on there, it's not going to look super great. But if you pull it downwards, it'll get inside the crevices more than anywhere else, and that's what we want. You can also use, if it pulls up too much, one thing you can do, actually I'll show you. If it pulls up too much, there's a big old glop right in there, right? You can use your brush one, to move it around before it dries, and two, to kind of soak up some of that. So just soak right back up. And you can use that around other parts. There we go, just soaking it right back in. Perfect. Oh, of course, found another piece of gold that I had missed. There we go. Okay. Back to the Nuln. Again, mixing in with just a little bit of that green contrast. Trying to make sure there aren't any air bubbles or anything like that in there. That is one of the harder parts. But other than that, should be pretty good. Before I continue on, gotta make sure I got all of my silver where it needs to go. And also make sure to spill the Nuln oil, as you always want to do. Luckily, you can barely even see it on this nice black background that I have here. There we go. It wouldn't be Nuln oil if you didn't spill it at least once. And always have a nice handy bit of paper towel nearby. There we go. Good as new. So it's not a bad idea to always paint on a specific surface that is ready, because you never know when you're going to spill your Nuln oil. Can't wait for everyone to see that happen on YouTube later on. Cries and flailing. Yeah. Well, it's really a rite of passage, I feel. If you're into mini painting, you have to spill the Nuln oil at least once. All right, now what I'm curious of is, should I try using this null oil and contrast combo on the gold? I think I should. I think it might make things look really interesting. I could be wrong. It might make it look terrible, but why don't we give it a shot? There we go. So this, coupled with the dry brushing, I think is working really well. Because it's more just kind of helping what we already have going on, which is perfect. There we go. Yeah, not too bad. Perfect use for it, I think. Not really convinced that we should do it everywhere, but honestly, I think I might be wrong. I think it is working out pretty well. Definitely more than I anticipated. The one thing that's really good for it, though, is just dabbing around where the rivets and things like that are. Now we get a nice little bit right around those. So you really make them stick out, which is always good to have. There we go, I think. Oop, that's a little too green. Just gotta work some more of that Nuln Oil back in there. There we go. Perfect. Okay. It's looking much nicer. Like it's definitely been worn. Get a little bit of that. Here on that bit, which is perfect. That right back in there. Put it on there. Okay. Oh, now, before we get too much farther, we're going to go back in and dry brush over this. So we missed those spots earlier. There we go. Now we can get this. Here, just a second. We should be solid. Make sure to clean off your brushes, even your dry brushes. Also, a fun little thing. I'm not sure if anyone is a big fan of Total War, that video game franchise. Do a lot of historicals, things like that. I'm a very big fan. And I found out that one of their another rite of passage, cleaning your brush and your coffee, yeah, or other drink. That's also true. Done that before, and I'll do it again, no doubt. But as a big Total War fan, I found out that there's somebody who does like special effects work for the video game series that also started collecting Conquest, which is pretty cool. I don't want to out them or anything, but thought that was pretty cool. I was like, oh, that is my favorite video game series, and you helped make that. And you also like Conquest. So when can we get Total War Conquest, please? I don't know if this is mixed up enough. Yeah, seems a little better. Okay, just going, putting some brights, slightly brighter silver on these silver parts here. Let's move you while you dry. That's not work as well as I'd hoped. On that end. That's all right, we'll go back and fix it. I'm dry brushing this slightly brighter silver. Kind of raggedly, because it wouldn't be natural for it to just be like very clean, you know what I mean? So I'm purposefully being a bit all over the place with this. Don't be greedy while doing it. Hey, Shadow. This will look like you're only the paint by number paint along. That would be quite cool. We could do like a little paint along by number and whatnot, but good to see you. Hope everything has gone well today. Okay, so I'm really happy with how these are turning out. This side, on the other hand, is not quite up to snuff. I think because we need to put a little bit extra in there. Staying home, did not deal with ice. So far I'm winning. Fair enough. Hopefully it stays that way. Okay. That'll be good. The other fun bit is we get to dry brush the gold again. But we're going to do a little more sparingly this time, once it dries everywhere. We're going to do a little more sparingly, and then we'll go back in with the Peridot Alchemy gold and do like the highlights brushes and stuff. That'll look really nice. Okay. There we go. And again, just kind of little touch-ups here and there. This extra there, these highlights after the wash particularly is going to make things pop really, really nicely. Yeah, I'm liking that. That's looking good. Go to LVO. Are you playing in the tournament? I am hoping to go to LVO. It's going to depend on work, but I don't think I will play in the tournament. There's going to be an army painting competition that will be there from the army painter, and I'm hoping to bring my Ironi army to enter into that, and so I don't think I'm going to be able to play if my army is in the competition. But I will be stopping by the competition for sure. But the plan as of now is to go to LVO and enter the army painting competition with my Ironi, if I can get them done. And then hopefully win something. Especially if we can win something for Conquest. That'd be even the best. Torchivo is supposed to hang out with the army painter guys at the LVO. Don't know what day. I believe in you. You can get them done. That's the hard part. Time. So I'm trying. Still got a long way to go. But I appreciate your confidence in me. I'll be doing my best. Okay. Most of these highlights seem to be going pretty well. Almost 4 months, you got this. Well, yes. But I'm also trying to get stuff painted for the Nova Open. But I think I have one project I'm working on right now for the Nova Open. I have another project that I have to do, but thankfully it won't be too hard to get that one done. It's kind of a small piece. But there are other ones I wanted to do, but I think after I get those two done, I'm just going to concentrate nothing but on the Uroni. Because what I can get finished with them, I can enter into the Nova Open in like the unit category or character or something. And then whatever I don't get done for them, I can just keep continuing on and work the next 2 months to get that done for LVO. So. All right. So now we're going to do, well, is this done drying? Looks like it's pretty much done drying. All right, so we'll get a little bit of the necro goldness. Working over here. And then from here, we're going to do the highlights for this thing with this Peridot Alchemy. It's a very, very bright greenish gold. And this is something we're going to do very, very sparingly, just to get some really nice kind of pops, hopefully. And still kind of do it in that sort of dry brush style. We're just kind of getting some of the edges and such. There we go. Middle of the armor is looking great. Thank you. I tend to treat metal fairly similarly to how I do non-metallic metals, to be honest. Or try to. Okay. Now, comes the somewhat scary part. Right, and so I'm kind of using a bit of a dry brush technique. Kind of. I'm trying to make sure I get the edges, of course, because the edges are especially when it comes to metallics, need a lot. But I'm kind of just with a mostly dry-ish brush, kind of making sure that my like brush is nice and kind of frayed to get kind of a more, what's the term I'm looking for? Kind of not necessarily natural, but more frantic, almost like a little harder to control. It's got some like scratches and things going on. But doing it that way kind of helps things get a little bit more random and look worn and used. And that is what I want this to look like. Just kind of texturing a little bit. For now, if you've come good ways, the bronze gold's looking nice. Thank you. Well, I hope you had a good nap. Did you nap with my stream on? Because if so, I'm glad that I could help. It is not a. I know that it is. I've done it many times, and it has nothing to do with anybody in particular. But honestly, some folks' painting streams are just excellent to just relax and nap to. Some nice looking texture in there. Okay. Kind of reminds me of Big Daddy from Bioshock. It does, doesn't it? I didn't even think about that, but you're totally right. Okay, again, just kind of using this frayed brush in a somewhat dry brush style just to kind of do some quick little swipes around and really just kind of give it some highlighting and add in that texture. It's going really well. Can't sleep with audio on. I kept the lurking. Oh, I appreciate that. So the metals you use for that. Pack rat hoarder comes with metallic recipes. All right. So the recipe for this is we start out with necro gold, which is kind of this greenish cool gold, and then we went over it with a mix of let's not get it all over me. I spilled it once today. Of shade Nuln Oil and just a tiny little bit of green camo, just to add a little bit of greenish tinge in there. And then to keep with that, I went back over it with another bit of very light dry brushing with the Necro Gold, and then finally adding in the textures and highlights with Peridot Alchemy. So that'll be your gold recipe. Get some nice, cool streaks and stuff in there, and textures to make things really kind of pop out a little bit more than they normally would. Awesome, thanks. I don't think I've paired up. Might have to grab that last one. I like it a lot. It's one of my favorites for highlighting gold. I think it does a great job, as you can pretty well tell on here. Hopefully. It's kind of hard to see because it's a very bright light, and I promise it looks cool. You see some of the texture a little better in here. But the last thing we'll go and do, we'll take a very, very small brush, and I'm going to go back in with the Nuln Oil, and I'm just going to make sure that I didn't miss, or that none of the lines and stuff got filled in, because I saw one or two. I want to make sure that they stay in those lines. Okay. There we go. Now, really, honestly, we could stop there. Why would we do that? What I think we should do is work up the bone color a little bit. So I'm going to go with this Gobi brown. And we're going to put some swipes of bone around. Peridot Alchemy is very underrated. Isn't that? Yeah, I agree, Hungry. I almost never see anyone use it, and it is such a nice paint. But hope you're doing well, Hungry. Wouldn't be using Nuln Oil without a spill. That is absolutely correct. It's been a long time since I've used Nuln Oil, so that probably didn't add to anything in my favor, to be honest. But we're just going to go through, just getting the tops of these skulls. Now, you could be really creative if you wanted to. Instead of just doing them normal skull color, you could do them in all sorts of stuff. Like you can make them look like stone instead, like black obsidian or something would be really cool, or even like a greenish jade. It's one of the cool things about it. It doesn't necessarily have to be a skull. Could just be a skull shaped decoration, but we're gonna go with skulls just to make things a little easier. A bunch of the metal and alchemy metallics. Surprised I don't have that one yet. Yeah, it was not, honestly, it was not an easy one to find. I was just kind of looking through and seeing what a lot of other folks did for recipes, and I just happened for different metallic recipes a few years ago, and I really wanted a good like green gold, not like because almost every gold um like tutorial you'll see will just be these really warm, big, bright golds and stuff, and I get it. That's like typically what most people think of, but I was like, I want something a little more, I don't know, cool, I guess. And so I was looking at, and I find, and after quite a bit of scouring, I found one that mentioned it used necro gold and or necro gold and peridot alchemy, and I was like, wait, what is peridot alchemy? I looked it up, and sure enough, I was like, whoop, this is an awesome paint. I definitely have to get that. All right, just kind of doing a, not really a dry brush, but we're kind of doing a big old scatter brush paint. Because I don't mind there being a good bit of texture on this as well. Since it's bone. Again, be very careful of areas you've painted before, because you might need to go back and repaint them. We're going to get to the Colors of Conquest winners for this month here. Probably about 20 minutes or so. I'm going to try to get as far as we can on this. We're almost pretty well done, I would say. For what we're looking to do. And of course, you can take it to higher levels than this with just a little bit of work, not too much. This will get you a good, solid foundation. And boom, you'll have a character ready in like 4 hours. Pretty sweet. Okay. Do one more little dry brush. We're going to use Screaming Skull Classic. What is the Colors of Conquest and how would one enter? So, Shadowgex. I'll actually go into this a whole lot more a little bit later, but it's pretty easy. All you really have to do is paint Conquest miniatures and then post online somewhere where social media is with the hashtag Colors of Conquest and the hashtag mini painting in the same post. And also make sure to tag the Parabellum account if you can, because they don't always catch everything, but they want to, and they want to see your stuff. But tag them, use the hashtags, and they will take your miniature into consideration for the monthly Colors of Conquest challenge. And they review all the posts made. And at the end of the month, they send me all the pictures and the big list, and I announce them. Skulls. Just a quick little dry brush. Easy peasy, we got skulls. Cool, Barry, no worries. Classic. It's like just up to 105 degrees. Oof. Yeah, I bet it is quite hot. It seems like the temperature is pretty intense outside today, which just means it's another great day to be inside and paint. Here we go. See, on this underside, I'm not going to do quite as detailed a dry brush, because I want it to be kind of shadowy anyway. I want the texture to still be in there. too bad. Was it a golf outing? Whoa. Good luck. I've played golf a few times. Not my thing. But I can understand why people enjoy it. So I'm going to go back in. Actually, let me double check the box. Oh, they did silver for all those. Okay. Well, we can do silver. Actually, I think what I'm going to do real quick, just to show you guys how it's going, I'm going to put some sticky tack down. Because we're going to just jump into reviewing the Colors of Conquest for last month here pretty soon. I'd like to show you pretty much what this guy looks like together before we get into it. So hopefully all this sticky tack will work. Oh, I need more sticky tack right there. There we go. And there we go. That is pretty much the Scion of War. Absolute monster. Not too shabby overall, not too shabby. But since, oop, there goes his arm. But we do need to show off the Colors of Conquest winners and all that here pretty soon. So why don't we take just a short few minutes and then we will hop into who won for the month of May. We'll review those, check those out. And yeah, then we'll pretty much be ready to go for the day. So if you'd like to go get a snack, get a drink, something like that. I'm gonna get a refill myself because I'm out of drink, and we will go into reviewing who has won for the month of May. So be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are going to get into the Colors of Conquest. And you might ask yourself, what is the Colors of Conquest? So let me go ahead and show you here real quick. So if you haven't seen, Parabellum does a monthly challenge where if you want to post your miniatures online, then you can be free. It is free to enter. You just post your miniatures online, and you can win up to a $50/euro voucher from Parabellum if you win. There are 9 runner-ups as well that will each receive a $25 or euro coupon for the Conquest eShop as well, which is pretty cool. All you have to do is post online with the hashtag Colors of Conquest or I'm sorry, Colors of Conquest and hashtag miniature painting. And also tag their social media platforms. Highly recommend, just in case, so they don't miss your posts, because sometimes that can that can they can get lost in a sea of posts and things like that. And hashtags are not always the most reliable to find new stuff under. So make sure to tag them as well, and they will keep track of it. Every single one will be entered to win. But there's the page. If you just go to the main page right here and look at the community, you can find Colors of Conquest right there, and it will take you to the Colors of Conquest information. And you can also see the gallery every month. They they already have some of the ones I was about to show off up there. So don't look at that yet. But they also have some step-by-step guides on how to paint some cool stuff and things like that as well. So make sure to check that out if you haven't already. So let's go ahead and get into this month's Colors of Conquest. Okay, so our first runner-up for this month is Pimp My Minis, with this awesome looking unit from the Old Dominion. The I think, if I recall correctly, if I can see, double check these pictures here real quick, just so I can see for myself and zoom in. But yeah, they got some awesome looking effects going on, particularly like the bones look fantastic on top, some excellent contrast, and I particularly love the tiny little bit of hey, Delta Forge Games, welcome. We are just looking at who won the Colors of Conquest this past month for May, and our first runner up is Pimp My Minis. They have some excellent greenery in there to kind of show that there's like this aged like algae and moss kind of going on through some of these little bits and pieces in between the stonework, and honestly just gorgeous looking miniatures. So congratulations to Pimp My Miniatures on being the runner up this month. Next we have Pixel Brush Studio. Pixel Brush Studio is no what's the word I'm looking for? It has been in the Colors of Conquest many times before, and this is one of the special. If you have not seen this miniature before, this is one of the words are hard, true. But this is one that came in one of the tournament kits. It is an orc pirate, and instead of having a parrot on his shoulder, he has a tiny little pterodactyl, which is or quaddle, baby quaddle, I suppose. But the effects for the base in particular are my favorite parts about this. Yeah, I absolutely love it. The on the ship with the barnacles and some of the like kind of worn algae that's growing up the sides of it, and then just a tiny little bit of the ocean that he's kind of just like standing on and looking out into the sea. Excellent work from Pixel Brush Studio. And like we were mentioning before, orcs with different different colored skin as opposed to just green and whatnot. Phenomenal. Absolutely love this one. But yeah, congrats on being a runner-up, Pixel Brush. Our next Colors of Conquest runner-up is Dragon's Ale Minis. Speaking of quaddles, love this one. Love the colors, the blues and the like yellow oranges going into the purple. Such a nicely done quaddle, and I love that they use the closed mouth alternate head as well. On the base, you can even see some of the little one of the little dinosaurs running alongside as well, which is pretty cool. So this one would be an absolute treat to see on the tabletop, especially with the wing pattern designs and everything in there too. It looks so nice. And one of the things that's really nice about this piece too is since you have these big, I mean, there's detail sculpted into them, but essentially these big flat wings is honestly just like an open canvas for you to do kind of whatever you want, which is really nice. Yeah, it really is gorgeous work. So well done, Dragon's Ale Minis, on being the runner-up. Next runner-up that we have is Lil Parm Paints. And the dress on this character is just so nice. Oh man. Um the snow effects as well. Honestly, I would like to see how they did it because it just looks so good. But this is the character from the lore campaign pack. This is the the faith bearer I don't know if I'm going to pronounce this correctly. Reagan Leaf. But yeah, again, we were talking about the contrast earlier and how really if you want to get just good looking miniatures, you can have some really strong contrast between the lights and the darks, and particularly on the dress here, you can see it in spades. It just looks so nice from those purples warming up into, well, not necessarily warming up, I suppose, but blending up into the nice teal turquoise going on there. So this is I love this model for the Nords. Me too. Honestly, it's really cool. The staff with the sword embedded into, or like tied into it, is really neat. The sculpt is really cool, and like I said, the snow effect on here is just gorgeous. So congrats, Lil Parm Paints. This is a stunning character piece. All right, next up we have Dragon Brush DE with one of the Tengu Bushi, and really went all out on the basing for this too, and especially keeping it without the rim on, so you can still take it out and play First Blood, which is really cool. But I particularly love the little emblem on its abdomen and how it kind of goes from that warm into the cool colors there. Really nicely done. I think some washes were probably involved, but that kind of bluish gold, really just kind of the bluish that's all over, is really nice. I'll pass on entering. If this is the heat I'll be going up against, I mean, every month it's very different. Every single month there's always something new. So never hurts to try. It's free. Might as well just post online. So, but yeah, it's really cool. Really nice blends of colors, especially like on the wings too. You can see how it blends into that kind of black down at the bottom. And yeah, yeah, exactly. Hungry. It's always just good to see more Conquest being painted. So, but yeah, well done, Dragon Brush. Okay. Next up, we have Human Villager with this awesome Spires unit. uh, I I remember seeing this posted in the Discord, and it I just these yeah, the onslaught drones that they used here is just like, I don't I don't even know why this was the pose, but they look like, I'm trying to think, what is that in the middle? It looks like something growing. Why are they so sassy? I love it. I know, right? Yeah, they got like the different poses and stuff. It's kind of got this like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure vibe to it. But it looks like they're all just kind of standing around. It looks like a bunch of guys that just went out for a week and it caught like a really big fish and are just posing around it, kind of thing. Yeah, when did the Spires get a boy band? Oh man, I love the creativity in this. Painting looks great. The nice kind of like bone. They got these little parts of these alternate colors in the bones that are just kind of put in there, kind of looking like it's growing still and whatnot. So, um, but yeah, this is a lovely little stand of Onslaught drones. I hope that their entire unit is painted like this. Or is like posed like this. I think that would be amazing to see, just like all these different stands of poses of like these JoJo poses and all that. 2000s boy band, yeah, exactly. But congrats on runner-up Human Villager. All right, next up, we have just a few more left. Mr. Poolman with this awesome Sorceress from the Sorcerer Kings. This, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was the limited release version. But again, the 3-layer theory, as I was telling you before, solid shadows. You can see excellent mid-tone and a highlight. And there is a bit more done in there, but you can see them very clearly in this one, which is really cool. Also, working got the tiny little pupils in the eyes and everything too is just insane. But it almost kind of has like a cell shaded look to it a little bit with how dark some of those shadows are and kind of moving up into the highlights. But yeah, really nice. I think this would make an excellent look for an entire army for sure. So congrats, Mr. Poolman. All right, last two, and then we're on to the winner. All right, Xiaohu, I believe is how that's pronounced. But rolling in with an awesome set of awesomely based and ready to go set for the Euroni. The golds in here are very bright yellow. But the impressive thing is the fact that all of these like fit together. I like Mr. Poolman's use of colors. Makes me think of Is It from Magic. Oh yeah, true. Very nice. Didn't make that connection. But yeah, these Kami Ayakashi are big. They are not easy to fit on these bases in general, let alone put a bunch of basing stuff on top of. So, yeah, the Torii gate in here is really cool. And the thing is too, if you look kind of closely at it, each pole of the Torii gate is on the outside Kami Ayakashi. So when they all come together, they're all one big unit. But they can still be used separately as well, which is nice. But yeah, it looks like they're just starting to jam right through on the Torii gate. And really nice reds and yellows going through out there, and some pretty intense highlights on the blacks as well. So very cool. All right, this is the last runner-up, and then we're on to the winner. So Sigmund Studio with the classic Abomination. I remember seeing Sigmund's work pop up not terribly long ago, and it's nice to see. It's kind of makes me a little nostalgic. Can I say this is nostalgic, even though it was only just a few years ago this was the standard Abomination? But love the like the bluish chitin armor going on there, and you can see in the back on the abdomen it has these nice little stripes going through it as well, working in a lot of those nice purples. It's almost a somewhat monochrome paint job because of the purplish skin leading up into more intense purple, or kind of going from like the blues to purples to reds essentially. But but really nicely done. Really well blended. Love the like gem like pieces on the heads and everywhere. It's yeah, it's nice to see just the classic again. It's been a while since I've seen one of those aside from mine. So OG A bomb has a woman's face, and the new one has a dude's face. At least that's how it looks to me. Huh? I never thought about it that way. Hmm. I repositioned both of mine. I have the new one and I have the old one. I repositioned both of mine. Um, yeah, OG two-player starter kit. Yep. Um, but I repositioned both of mine, and the new one I repositioned because he has those two little bulbs on the top of his head. And so I kind of made those the focus of the eyes. And so like the face that the new A bomb has, I kind of made as like and I kind of felt it was almost the same with this one as well, but uh, that was more of a decoration of sorts, almost like not the actual face, but just like you know how like some fish will have, or like some animals in the animal kingdom will have something to kind of distract their prey almost, or like give their prey something else to focus on as they do their thing. That's kind of how I see these masks a little bit, or these faces. Um, but yeah, false face is exactly. So that's how yeah, and false eyes. That's kind of how I went about both of them for me. But because I always figured those big bulbs on the top of his head were like the real eyes for this one. So, but who knows? All right, so now we are on to the winner for this month's for the month of May's Color of Conquest. Oh, I want to see it as a spider, different eyes for more information processing and surroundings. Actually, Von Gaia, that is somewhat how I did mine. I haven't quite finished it. There's a few little pieces still left that I want to do, so I haven't posted pictures of it yet. But that's kind of how I did mine. I did kind of these little hex things and its little eyeballs, and I repositioned it so it's kind of like creeping out like a spider a little bit. But we'll see. No. Oh man. But on to the winner for Colors of Conquest this month, or for the month of May. And we have Paratazi, second month in a row with an amazing Uroni Daimyo. I love this Daimyo so much. I'm glad that I was not the only one who had the idea of him like sheathing a sword after doing some cuts. The fact that he has the glow coming from the sword, and the Torii gate is sliced in multiple ways with the glow as well. Such a awesome idea. Such a really cool idea. I was doing something similar with mine, but it was with bamboo shoots around him. It is not painted yet, but yet. Um, but yeah, no, this is absolutely wonderful. The blending on the like headpiece as well, and the armor too. It's Paratazi's got this really interesting style I've seen. Obviously the basing is phenomenal. Lots of added elements and things, and even the resin and stuff on there. But actually I put together a few little detailed shots. But let's get a close up here real quick. But yeah, you can see the nice little like the nice feathers that are painted in there. Like I said, the blending on the gold and the armor in particular is just so nicely done. Very subtle. Even when you get like really up close to look at it, it's still like very subtle, but in the best way. The blends and the contrast is still there, but the blends are still just going in. To actually have cut and repositioned the Torii gate as well as cell effects, so good. Yeah. So here's some of the details though, but you can see above me, not only did they have the cut and repositioned Torii gate pieces, but they even put this tiny little, oh, well, hello. Paratazi's in the chat. Whoa. I used fluorescent for the cut, yellow and orange green stuff. Oh, green. Okay, nice. Very nice. It looks phenomenal. I didn't realize you were here. Well, welcome in, Partazi. Congrats on second month in a row winning the Colors of Conquest. Yeah, we were just looking at your amazing daimyo here, and all of your stuff for the Euroni has been a treat to see in the Discord. So make sure, if you guys aren't in the Discord, Paratazi has been very active in posting in there. So it's been really cool to see. Helping me get some inspiration as well for my Euroni army that I'm working on. But tell us how you're paying off. Well, like I said, I don't choose these. I'm just the announcer. But well deserved win in my opinion. I wouldn't have disagreed. um yeah, the basing elements, going the extra mile with the resin, like the water effects and stuff in there is just so lovely. And like like I mentioned before, the cut and reposition Torii gates is such a cool effect. And I'm glad I'm not the only one uh who had the idea of using, it's such an anime moment, right? Because like I said, that's what I'm doing for my daimyo. I have him completely surrounded by bamboo, and so I've cut pieces of bamboo to reposition to make it look like he's just sheathing his sword after a really cool slice, But I love particularly how in this one it has the clear, not just one cut, but just like ching, 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 kind of thing. But the thing that really sells it, and this is the like important part for everyone to like pay attention to, is the blade being that fluorescent like magic color, that bright glow plays with the glow from the cuts. And if it had just been a regular sword and it had been no glow on the cuts, it would be very hard to make that connection. And so that was a very, very nice detail to add in. It worked so well. Whereas I used silicone molds from the kitchen and I put the figurine in them. Oh, very nice. That's really cool. The So did you make the silicone mold originally, or do you have one that just seems to fit really well? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead actually. Over here, I'm gonna put a link in the chat for everyone. If you are not there, to jump into the Discord, because the Discord is an excellent place to go and talk about lore, to go show your works in progress, to show off what you've done in the glass display area. It's a really, really cool community going on in there. So really, really nicely done, Partazi. Also, if you have if you have your socials or anything like that, if you have any other socials around you'd like to share or any other pictures, please feel free to. We'll take a look. Make sure I follow as well. But yeah, it was well done. And we'll be I'm looking forward to seeing more. I've already seen a bunch of your Euroni already. I'm looking forward to seeing more, hopefully, very soon. Or if not the Euroni, what you can do with other factions, because that would be really cool. Found some molds that are exactly 66 millimeters. I'll post my way of doing it. Nice. Well, there you go. I'm assuming you mean in the Discord. So if anyone wants to learn how to do this amazing resin technique, make sure you join the Discord, because Paratazi will be posting more in there on how their process works. So, well done. Okay. So that is we've pretty much gotten this guy finished up for the most part. Whoop, now all his stuff is falling off now because I haven't glued it on yet. But did a pretty good little 4 or 5 hour paint. Got some good highlights in there. Pretty much ready to go. And honestly, the nice thing about that is it's a bigger model too. If this was just a little model, we'd have it more than done. But that's all it really takes, especially for a good character and everything. So I'm hoping that everyone found it fairly accessible and good to go. But if you would like to see any particular miniatures for next month, maybe I'm hoping that maybe we'll do the Dwaycombe Ancestor, but let the Parabellum team know. And Sion's looking fantastic. Congrats to the Colors of Conquest runners up and winner. Absolutely, thank you, Deb. I appreciate it. But real quick, I'm just going to, if you'd like to follow along with me on Twitch, outside of the monthly stream, I stream typically about twice a week at Walter's Workshop. Some Weaver Courts, maybe. Well, I guarantee you we will be painting some Weaver Courts here on Colors of Conquest. We just need to wait for them to be released. Speaking of, if you have not seen the announcement already, the July 10th, I believe at 3 p.m. Eastern, New York time, will be the announcement and reveal of the Weaver Courts. So make sure you check that out. It'll be a great stream, even if you have to watch it afterwards or something. That would be good. But that is where you're going to see all the stuff getting released and dropped and shown off, and no doubt they will be jamming. We've only seen a handful of things so far in terms of the like concept art and stuff like that, but I have a feeling they're going to be showing a lot more than that. Let's see here. I don't think we can take a look and see if there's anyone potentially painting some conquests that we could roll into. But I don't see anyone. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes because I would like to roll in to someone painting conquests, but it's hard to see in here. As the day before, I'll be visiting Ramius. Oh, nice. Awesome. Well, there you go. Now you guys will have something to check out and watch and gush over a little bit, hopefully. But I don't see anyone that is particularly doing Conquest right now. So we're just going to go ahead and end the stream. But thank you all so much for hanging out. And don't forget that July 10th, that is going to be in just under 3 weeks. It will be the next stream where it will be the happy hour where everyone is going to be showing off where Parabellum is going to be showing off the Weaver Courts. So really looking forward to it. Hope to see you guys there. I will be there. So good night. No worries, Paratazi, and congratulations again. Well done. I'm looking forward to seeing more stuff that you do. And yeah, we'll hopefully we'll see you guys. We'll have an announcement on what we're going to be painting for next month here very soon, and we will hopefully see you all next month. And until then, just keep on painting.